Oh, okay, so I'm not sure whether I'm alive right now or because I never used this service. So I'm still getting my way around this application of Google Hangouts. Hold on. Uh, no. All right. I'm trying to figure out. I'm not even sure whether you guys can hear me. If anybody's like joined to the stream. I'm trying to get where. Okay, I see now. I've got 3 viewers. I'm trying to enable uh, enable some sort of chat or something where I can interact with people. Oh, shush. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, never mind that. I'm gonna figure out how to interact with anybody, later. Okay, let me turn that off. Yeah, I guess you guys can leave comments, maybe, I'm not sure, at the Google Plus Hangout page, or something like that. The link that brought you to this stream. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, these streams, I plan on making like series of streams. There's gonna be like, I don't know, a dozen of them, more. I don't know. Um, where I plan to do my stuff, sculpt dinosaurs for. Basically, I'm doing these dinosaur models for the illustrative purposes for the upcoming book by Michael Kelly, The Super Predator: The World of Tyrannosaurus Rex. And the the dinosaurs, the two dinosaur species that I'm looking like to start with next are Therizinosaurus and Dinocarius. Dinocarius. I'm not sure what the pronunciation of the names. So you'll probably hear me mispronouncing dinosaur names all the time. Don't hold that against me. I love dinosaurs. I know something about dinosaurs, but anyway, um, I wanted to start with these two guys because they share like they have similar proportions. I think they come from I'm not sure if no, I don't think. I don't know. I don't think they come from the same like suborder. I mean, clade or whatever. But they share similar proportions, body proportions. So I want to start off with those two. The next one I think is going to be Dinosuchus. It's an extinct species of crocodile. That one should be fun. I'm looking forward to that one especially. Oh yeah, yeah. This stream thing, I'm a little. I don't know. Maybe you can notice by my voice, I'm a little. It's unusual, It's unusual to put yourself out there, and you know. I don't know what about you guys, but I'm a sort of a caveman. I like to, dig myself into the ground and, work my thing in the, dark, safe, and trying to get the word space where I feel safe and private, and but I want to, force. I don't think the word force is good. Maybe I just want to do something else. I want to share some of the knowledge I gained over the years. Working in ZBrush, and yeah, I just want to interact with people, share the stuff I learned by now. Maybe later when I figure out how the interaction goes when I'm doing these streams on Google Hangouts. Maybe I mean, not maybe. Definitely, I'm probably gonna learn a couple things myself. With you guys, whoever is going to watch and who is watching now, or yeah, this stream series. I won't talk for too much. I'm gonna start working. Yeah, this stream series should be useful for anyone that's beginning with ZBrush or digital sculpting in general, and for anyone that's interested in dinosaurs and modeling dinosaurs for various purposes, and I don't know. Could be useful for you guys out there. So if you know somebody who is beginning, if you know somebody that's interested in digital sculpting, in ZBrush, in computer graphics and dinosaurs, especially, you may suggest these links, and these links, and hopefully I'm gonna get better at this. I'm not gonna stutter as much. I'm not gonna pause as much for looking for words, because as I mentioned beforehand, I'm a caveman type of guy, and I spend hours hours at a time during the day where I'm like shut in my room, and I don't communicate with anybody. I don't speak, and so sometimes I even fight to express myself in my my native language, Croatian, especially during the days when I'm shut down from the outside world for extended periods when there's a crunch, and things have to be done and everything. So I spend like 10, 15 hours sometimes not speaking to pretty much anyone, keeping my mouth shut. And then when I break these periods, I catch myself stuttering and having hard time to put sentences you see, sentences words together. And yeah, anyway, okay, let me check again. I think yeah, you guys have, I'm screen sharing my ZBrush screen with you. As you can see, this is sphere, I'm going to go real quickly, like maybe half an hour or something, to maybe, you know, give a couple of I don't know, show how you go from sphere in ZBrush to, you know, to a little bit more complex shape or form or whatever, for anyone that never, you know, has seen ZBrush, for anyone that is really, you know, a real beginner and is, you know, keen or has interest in this. Maybe this, when you know, when you see this, maybe you'll maybe it'll, you know, go into favor of you, you know, jumping on board and, you know, becoming a ZBrush artist or something of sort. So in the recent, I mean, ZBrush evolved, as is everything evolving, and there are a couple of ways to start a model in ZBrush. I particularly like the Dynamesh feature, you know, where you can start basically from virtually any shape, and you know, you can, you know, push it to like however complex and detailed sculpt in the end. So yeah, we have a sphere that's like picked from the toolbox. Yeah, sphere, and you have to, in order to be able to start modifying and you know, subdividing and doing all sorts of things to this sphere, you need to make it created into a polymesh 3D object, which I did just now, and basically turn on the symmetry if you're working on something that's symmetrical, and you know, you can start working. The best tool for, you know, starting out for me is probably the move brush. Maybe, I'm not sure, depending on, you know, what you're after. So yeah, I'm gonna try and lay down some sort of a rough shape for a dinosaur, for a Dinocarius right now. I'm gonna shut up and do a little work right now. So I'm gonna throw in a little bit of comments here and there when I feel it's necessary. And I'm still disappointed that I haven't learned a way to, you know, have some sort of chat window. So whatever, you know, questions may come about, you know, so I can answer them like right away. But we'll get to that hopefully over the next couple of streams. Anyway, so we have our smooth brush set up, and let me increase the intensity. I'm gonna try to, you know, I'm gonna start building a dinosaur. So basically, it's a sort of, now have that in mind, guys. Whoever is watching right now or later, you know, when it's recorded on YouTube, this is something. This is a short introduction to people who never saw ZBrush or, you know, ever seen digital sculpting. So yeah, this is something for those guys. Yeah, this blue circle that appears over the model, this is me pressing the short key, and I'm sorry that I you know, lost track of all the short keys for various, you know, functions of ZBrush. This is a smooth brush. Basically, it smooths the shape, you know. All right, so basically you're just pulling and you know, pushing this digital clay on your way to you know, to getting a rough shape of a dinosaur. Yeah, I might need to share. This is Dinocherius, Dino Cheerio. I don't know. I'm not sure what the exact pronunciation is. Dinocherius mirificus. This is the animal we're after. So it has a hump, sort of like a camel. It's a large theropod herbivore animal. It weighed about 10 tons, I think. So it was a real piece of real big piece of animal. Dinocherius and Therizinosaurus, they're all famed by their unusually big front limbs with those huge claws. There are some theories as to what these claws like serve for, like what was their purpose for, like stripping branches or maybe digging ground for roots or whatever they ate, these guys. So we're gonna try and get the rough shape of this dinosaur of ours, and once we are there, I'm gonna turn on like there's this setting in ZBrush where you can add an image of a dinosaur from the from the profile or from the front or from the top, and to try and get the proportions a little bit more correct. Okay, so our guy has, right now we need to make the head a little bit smaller. We should probably make the neck a little bit thinner as well. Oh. Yeah, what I did now, just now, excuse me, because I'm sorry, because this is all automatic actions like breathing and blinking. I'm not thinking right now. I'm sorry. So basically, what I did just now, when you saw this yellow like marker where my pointer is, this is masking. This is so basically, when you have a digital piece of mesh in front of you, you press. Again, I'm not sure what the shortcut is for this. You press the mask key, and then start masking the area that you don't want affected with your move brush or whatever brush you're using at the time. So it's a really useful feature, and I use it extensively when I'm sculpting. So basically, I masked the hump, the back of the Dinocherius. So if I, for example, if I take inflate brush, this is what happens. We have ourselves a nice inflatable Dinocherius raft type of thing for enjoying lake and sea time. Anyway, I'm gonna undo this. I'm gonna, I think it's right about now a good time to use Dynamesh feature. Dynamesh, okay, Dynamesh. Dynamesh is a tool that restructures the mesh. So if you can see, I turned on the wireframe. You can see that the wireframe and the topology of the sphere is deformed in all kinds of bad ways. And at a certain point, it becomes a little bit difficult to, to model and to get details out of such a distorted mesh. So what you need to do is, restructure it so it reintroduces, proportional tiny or whatever the resolution you set squares along the surface. So, it's easier for you to, continue, extruding limbs, like legs and the forelimbs and whatever needs to be done. Like, I'm going to try and do a little bit. Oh, okay. In an inflate brush, I need to pick up my move brush. I'm going to try and, extrude the legs a little bit more, maybe. You see what happens here. Like, this is so bad, it's like becoming impossible to, so try and imagine, how would you be able to, like, extrude like a foot from this, and the fingers and, digits on the foot. It's virtually impossible because there isn't enough polygons there, because, the mesh is already deformed, beyond beyond usability, I should say. I don't know. Anyway, so this is where we can use our dasher. Okay, this is too thick. You can see what it did. So here we introduced the surface with the new, topology, but it's too dense. We need to undo this and try and Dynamesh. Oh, this is better. This is much better. Okay, because it's, if you subdivide your mesh like too densely at the early phase, soon enough it becomes a little bit, demanding on your computer, your hardware to, process all this tiny polygons moving around, and your computer might, begin stuttering, and you might experience all kinds of, crashes or whatever, freezes of software. And so it's important to keep your regardless of your, what kind of machine you've got. Like, is it like a super spec computer or something, on the lower end? You might wanna keep the polygon count down in the early phase. You can start subdividing, and getting to those crazy numbers, like, tens and hundreds of millions of polygons. So when you start adding little details into, in shape of scales and, whatever, make up a dinosaur skin. Okay, so we're getting these feet ready. Now I should check. I'll probably do it later. Dinosaurus had 3 digits on its feet, and probably the 4th was the little digit that stood right somewhere around there. I'm not sure what I always forget the name of that digit. Okay. Yeah, I was mixed phalanx and helix. Helix. No, it's helix. Doesn't mind. Uh, okay, let's do one more time. All right. Actually, we might be benefiting from a little bit denser. We might be benefiting from a little bit denser mesh right now. Let's say of 25, maybe. Oh, 25. Oh, all right. I'm going to turn off Dynamesh right now, and I'm going to try and subdivide just this a little portion of the mesh where the digits should come. Now, once we subdivided this area, we can mask points where we want our digits to be, like this, like so. And now I can try and extrude these digits like this. Okay, so it doesn't look like much right now, but you know, given enough time. Okay, here we go. Let's rotate. Maybe increase the scale as well. Okay, so we need to activate local symmetry like this. That's good. Maybe. Let's rotate these feet a little bit, like so, and that's it. Perfect. Perfect. The heel area. So I'm, this whole stream business, this whole stream thing I'm doing, it's gonna be, as I mentioned it earlier, it's gonna be beneficial for me as well. I'm gonna learn, stuff because it's like it forces me to, go out of my way, out of the, comfort zone, and I guess everybody's talking about the comfort zone. You should try and not spend too much time there and in that comfort zone. Do something new, do something different. and it makes sense to me. I don't know. Hopefully, results will emerge sometime in the future of leaving the comfort zone. So okay, so yeah, this is still very rough, as you can see. We're yet to extrude forelimbs. This is sort of a spot where the pelvis, pubis bone, ischium, ilium. Always keep forgetting those names. Okay, so we're starting to, our Dinocaryus model is starting to, resemble somewhat to a Okay, now I'm going to try and extrude the forelimbs. I guess this would be sort of a good spot for, maybe not, or maybe yes. Oops. Oh, come on. I couldn't resist. So this is sort of a dinosaur with, mammalian glands. Like, I'm not sure what cup size would this fit into. Like, watermelon type of, I don't know. What is the last letter of the alphabet? I'm not even sure how those sizes are, classified. So I'm not going to, get into that. Okay, stop fooling around. Let's continue with those limbs. Okay. Yeah, there. All right. As you can see, the deformation started happening really quickly. So another, another Dynamesh is in store for us to maintain the polygon like so. This is good. To maintain the polygon structure relatively, acceptable. Okay, this is a little bit too thin. Let's add a little bit mass here. Okay. Let's mask the place where our palms and forelimb digits should come. We're gonna divide this area by 2 times, and let's do the masking bit again for where we want our digits to pop out. This is okay, I think. There's another way we can do it with our move brush. We can do it with our move feature, like so. There's another move brush out there. It's move topological brush. It's good because when you have structures like hands, where you have like fingers that are closely positioned to one another, and when you use ordinary move brush, it affects the area that is shown with the red rectangle. It's his like area of his effect. So you can see it moves all the 3 digits when when you can clearly see I picked up the middle digit, and it affects the other 2 as well. And when you pick up move topological, it tries to do is trying to localize the effect onto as smaller area as it can. So it's still I still get the little bit of movement, but it's a lot better. As you can see, it's a lot better than ordinary move brush for this, for things for areas like fingers, or I'm not, it doesn't come to my mind right now what else, like eyes, or wherever the mesh is like closely positioned. It's good. This brush is good, so it's good to know it exists as well. So these are our digits. Let me add a little bit of curvature to them. All right. A little bit of smoothing. And let's do another Dynamesh. Nope, this too. We need to increase the resolution a little bit. I think this is okay for now. No, this one. Okay. Let me turn off the polyframe. Yeah, polyframe. Right now, our Dino Carius has its forelimbs, like his hands, his claws should be a lot more bigger. But the proportion part, this is, something that's being done at a later stage as well. We still need to okay. we still have a little bit of work to do on the, this rough shape of ours. So this is what we've started with. We started with a sphere, as you can see. And roughly, I don't know, half an hour later, we ended up with this. Take away 10, maybe 15 minutes of that time, because I'm, as I said, I'm not used to talking and working. Had I been just working, it'll be like a lot of at least 2 times faster than it was like this. But I hope I hope this short introduction was useful for anybody who is trying to get into ZBrushing and digital sculpting, and never seen this software. Or so this could be of some use, maybe not, because also people sometimes write to me, like they write emails, could you show me how to do how to work in ZBrush, could you explain me this or that. And it's really it's demanding, and it becomes tedious to if you have to like explain over and over again, like the simplest of the processes in ZBrush to everyone that is beginning, and that sees this like this from sphere to this rough shape. This was all automatic, like to me. It was like I don't even use my brain, so to speak, when I do this type of work. And somebody who's beginning sees these things as obstacles that are hard to overcome. And I mean, I get it. I've been there. I remember when I quit ZBrushing, when I discovered it, like way back in the 2002 or three. I'm not even sure which year was it. And I saw. I mean, what I saw was a couple of finished sculpts by people who used the ZBrush, who were included in the development of the ZBrush or whatever. And I was blown away with the details and all the things that they promoted, like artist friendly, ultra fast process of getting results, ridiculously detailed. I remember that Ethiopian head, I think, I don't know, Bushman or whatever was around, and I just couldn't stop drooling and admiring how detailed that was. And I was like, I want to learn this software. I want to use it, because at the time I was modeling dinosaurs in 3ds Max, and I was using box modeling methods. And when I look back at those days, it's ridiculous of how much effort you had to put into something, and the results were poor, and it just it doesn't compare to this when it comes to organic modeling. So I get it when people are beginning, and they find it difficult to load the basic sphere out of the screen, and turning on the symmetry or whatever whatever procedures are, to get started with the sculpt. As I said, yeah, when I was starting, I quit ZBrush. Literally, I quit it, like rage quit it, because I had a hard time navigating the ZBrush viewport, and it was so fundamentally different from what it was with 3ds Max, and I started using ZBrush without even owning a pen tablet, graphic design tablet. I was starting with sculpting with mouse and whatnot, so ridiculous stuff. So when you start off with something new, it can become scary. You can start thinking, oh my god, I'm never going to learn this. And it was with me like that as well. And I had all those fears and all those doubts, and am I ever gonna be as good as those guys online that are doing crazy looking designs and sculpts and whatever? Am I gonna be able to learn all this stuff, and am I going to be able to translate like my talent or whatever, my knowledge that I had from the classical sculpting, classical painting with real materials in the real world? Will I be able to successfully transition onto digital sculpting? And all these questions were bugging me, and I'm the only thing I can say, if you stick with it, if you just are persistent, you're gonna make it. You're gonna in no time you're gonna start seeing results, and from then on it can only get better if you are able to take critics. That's a very important thing when you grow. When you have to sort of transition from a beginner to I don't know, professional or whatever. To rise above the beginning levels, you need to be able to take all the critics, all the crits, and all the comments as you can, and not not get those critiques as a personal attacks or offense or anything crazy like that. You should just try and understand them, and trying to implement implement all those critique into your future work. I remember when I was working on a Carnotaurus astre model. This is like my favorite dinosaur. And it became favorite when I saw Disney Dinosaur and the Dave Krantz's Carnotaurus that he, I think he's the one who, made the concept for those dinosaurs, and I was like blown away. It was like, Jesus Christ. I even liked their pink color. I had no issues with that. They were like perfect. Like, terror machines with claws and teeth that, I was swept away with the design, and that's basically when I knew about the Carnotaurus before, but this is when it like popped out a little bit more on my radar, and I wanted to create something like a I'm not sure whether I could call it fan art, or I just wanted to create Carnotaur, and I remember I think I did it like, I don't know, 10 times from scratch, like some of it in excuse me, in 3ds Max, some of it in ZBrush, and I would like start off, and I would like, I'm modeling and I'm close to finishing it, and I'm like so satisfied and all happy, and I'm like spending like 3 hours spinning the model around in the viewport, and admiring myself and my skill and whatever. And a couple of days would pass, and a sort of a critical eye would start to rise up, uh, wake up inside of my head, and I would start to hate it a little bit, and I would start to uh, you know th- plan. Okay, I need to start over. I see all the spots where I can improve. I need to do it again, and I did it like, I don't know, 10 times. I did it from scratch, from scratch, from scratch. So the Carnotaur was a dinosaur that with which I grew, you know, in in a good direction, in like in terms of being self-critical, and seeing your mistakes, and trying to improve upon those mistakes, and become better, end up with a better model, better art, hopefully. And Carnotaurus was like a big part of my learning curve in using references, looking for references, and trying to constantly get it to look more plausible, simply better. I don't know. Um, yeah. So this is our Dino Carius. I'm not sure. I think Dino Carius. Someone. I hope someone will let me know what's the real. How do you pronounce this name? I'll learn it probably. I'll Google a YouTube or something, some documentary or something, and pay close attention when they're pronouncing names. Um, Hold on, I need to. Okay, I'm gonna quickly load my couple of the references for the Dinocarius dinosaur that I've gathered on the internet. Before that, I'm gonna. Okay, so yeah, we've came here from the sphere, and for all of you that are beginning out there, I mean, there's like tons of videos that are like introductory videos for ZBrush, beginning phase of getting to understand the software, and excuse me. So I covered this a little bit, and now I'm going to switch to to my older model of Therizinosaurus. This is the model. This is also the early phase of the model. As you can see, it has a little bit more form and structure, and you can sense a little bit of underlaying bones, and muscle tissue, and details that make up living organism such as dinosaur. This is another version. This one is with I'm not sure. I think this is called wattle, the thing that adorns. I think chickens, turkeys, and some birds. Um, I always imagined Therizinosaurus as a large turkey, and there are a couple of renditions out there from different artists that feel the same way. um, yes. So I'm gonna load another model. Hold on. Okay, let me see. Our source. I'm loading the finished model I did, I don't know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm not sure. This is Therizinosaurus. This is a colored model. It has no down feather fur. Uh, it's just like fleshed out skin version of the dinosaur. Um, so yeah, basically you can see, you start with this, then you come, to something like, this and this as well, the thing we did just a little while ago, and then you go through all these different stages and end up with something that looks like this. Um, Now for this Therizinosaurus model I'm doing for Mike Kelly's book, I'm going to redo the model. So I'm not keeping any of these details. I'm just gonna use the base. I'm gonna strip down all the details, the skin details, the color, everything is going down, and basically also I'm not going to sculpt. I'm not going to sculpt the details that are covered with down feather, because there's no point, because they're never going to be seen. So what I'll end up with is a rough shape for the body, and I'll need to sculpt the feet, the legs, the forelimbs, and the neck, up, the head. These things are going to be detailed, and then the rest is going to be covered in feather and downy type of fuzzy thing. The tail is also going to be covered with feathers. Now I'm going to quickly share my references that I picked up on the internet by various artists done, for this animal. This is I believe this came from John Conway. I love his reconstructions. I don't know. This one is just spot on for me. I don't know. It's just beautiful, and yeah, you guys should check out John Conway uh, webpage. He has a lot of beautiful prints out there, and he does some pretty cool stuff with reconstructing dinosaurs and extinct life. Um, I love the red bottle, and it just feels so organic and natural, and I have no problem whatsoever in imagining if like when you see a certain piece of art or reconstruction, and your brain starts to send you signals like, okay, this could quite possibly be like the real deal, the real version of the animal. This doesn't even look like a reconstruction. This looks like the guy sat down somewhere in the forest, or it's some sort of Jurassic World zoo, and painted or photographed, snapped the animal that was in front of him. So this looks like that to me. It looks pretty cool. It looks realistic. Okay, so let's move on. This is another rendition. I'm not sure. I think this one is from Julius Xatoni, but I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. Julius also has, hundreds of, inspiring paleo art pieces. Uh, I could I couldn't find the complete rendition. So I got when I googled Planet Sirius, but I think I recognize this is his work. This is by Fred V.W. Dinocarius. This is composed of, I believe, various parts of modern animals. Like I believe these are the feet from the cassowary, maybe, probably. Uh, this is probably a ground sloth or sloth, the crane, or various animals. It has an interesting head to me, this one. It sort of, looks, I could, I see the potential in the way this bird was incorporated into, Dinocarius concept. So this might be, sort of a good thing to take away from this concept. Like this area here, I don't know, there's this natural transition from the skin and the keratinose beak structure to the downy feathery type of integuments. So this was good. This is a skull rendition. This is a planar drawing. Oh yeah, also this, it's yeah, you can see the bones that are found for Dinocarius. Actually, I'm not sure what both of these shadows represent. Probably different specimens or something, I'm not sure. This is the skull, the photograph, and the drawing. Restored look of the skull. This is something that I'm going to use in, later on when I'm going to start laying down the, details and the detailed shapes and forms for the head, the proportions and everything. This is animation render, I think. But it looks so weird without the fuzz, without the integument. It looks, like a plucked chicken. It doesn't look. I mean, it's really difficult to know what was it like when it was alive back in Cretaceous or whenever the period it lived. But this, I'm not sure what to think about the fuzz on the underneath its beak and the wattle bit. I sort of imagined this part like clean, only skin, no fuzz at all. This is Louis Ray. Also, I believe this is also a photo mashup of various animals and bits and pieces. This is a skeleton of the forelimbs. This is another example of, for me personally, beautiful piece of paleo art. This one is done by Andrea Tuchin. I'm not sure if that's the way you pronounce the name. Sorry, bro. I love his take on the Dinocarius, and the environment is especially beautiful, and it looks gorgeous. This one as well. he also has this really nice and interesting transition from the red skin and the beak to the white downy integument. His tail looks sort of naked, sort of like a transition from a longer down to the shorter fuzz to being completely free of any fuzz. But looking good, looking really great. I'm back to John Conway. Okay, let's close that up. Anyway, so I should start. Getting that form for Dinocurious. I'm gonna use this model, that of Therizinosaurus. Hmm. Yeah, basically, the Dinocurious didn't have such large claws on its forelimbs. Its forelimbs were a little bit a little bit differently structured to that of Therizinosaurus. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna reduce the number of polygons. We're gonna remove the wattle. All right. I'm gonna prepare. I want to prepare the side drawing, just to lay down the proportions real quickly. All right. Let's add this skull. There we go. Let's see. Basically, I haven't done any improvement on the. Maybe I can keep it like this. Oh. All right. Side view. Okay, let's try and turn on the floor setting. Oppa. Nope. Floor. And add the map. Wait. Oh, okay. All right. Now I need to. I need to rotate the model. I'm gonna do it like this. Nope, that wasn't good. Doesn't want to listen. Nope. I'm not sure why it's keep doing this. Okay, here we are. Oh. Yeah, so this is it. Let me just save the progress real quickly. So now when we have our model, I'm not sure the word is juxtaposed over the side drawing, we can start and pursue the more correct proportions for our animal. I mean, it's differently posed, but you can see there's like a lot of differences that we need to overcome to, get to Dinocarius' desired shape. Oh, but I haven't turned on the. I forgot to turn on symmetry. Hold on. And one other thing. Yeah. All right. Okay. Should be good now. All right. Oops. And there we go. Now, I mean, for all of you guys that are in the same shoes as I am, doing ZBrush for most of the day, sculpting and spending time with your beloved tablets and monitors and the ZBrush screen, not talking to anyone for a couple hours at a time. You can how it feels. So maybe this stream thing is another reason I'm doing it, because to talk to I mean, the technology has given us the possibilities to do these things that otherwise before we wouldn't be able to work like this. Unfortunately, it's still unidirectional. It's one directional. But hopefully, over the next couple of streams, I'm going to figure out the way how to interact and communicate with whoever will be during me or these live periods, and whoever comes up with some questions or whatever discussions or this and that. It, it's going to be even more. It's going to be better. Wait, I think there's a way of pulling this image in front of my model, so I don't have to, when I'm working, I constantly have to peek around the corner, to check up on the reference. I think there's a way to put this in front with the opacity set to whatever it is, and so you can see through it, and you're working underneath it. No, what did I do? Oh, sorry. I think this is my, yeah, okay, good. Yeah, where was I? Draw, I think. Let me turn the model a little bit to the side so I can see what's going on. I think, yeah, this is it. Or is it? No. Oh, great. There it is. Yeah, I knew there was some feature that enables you to get the drawing in front of your model. So this is like a lot better. So now we can position the eye socket exactly where it belongs, and things like that. Oops. Now I don't know what to think about Dino Curious, or I even think Therizinosaurus has the similar type of skull. Actually, not so similar, but I'm not sure about this area, like cheeks, dinosaur cheeks. Did they like were there like jaws enclosed in a skin tissue, like sort of like cheek structure, or was it like opened up like in birds, especially with Dinocherius, because it had this beak-like structure on its skull. Oh yeah, all these details need fixing. Some of that, I'll come to that later. As you can see, it already is starting to take on the appearance of from Therizinosaurus to Dinocurious. Dinocurious, Dinopeculiar. Yeah, talking about scientific accuracy and getting your paleo art and your reconstructions up to date with what we know today about these extinct animals, and what they did in Jurassic World. My God, I was so disappointed with that movie. I even wrote a small review on Facebook. I was not so much uh, disappointed with the fact that they, weren't faithful to what we know today. They decided to stick with the established look, the franchise and whatnot, and then they even, walked all over that as well, because dinosaurs in Jurassic Park and dinosaurs in Jurassic World and dinosaurs in the Lost World and basically all the sequels. Uh, Actually, the dinosaur. I'm not sure, but the dinosaurs' uh, authenticity declined as they progressed with sequels. So I'm not sure if that's how I feel. I guess. Um, so yeah, uh, I wasn't so disappointed with the fact that they didn't, that the Velociraptors, aka Velociraptors, but actually, Deinonychus or some other Dromaeos. Oh my God, Dromaeosaurus. Um, they didn't have feather, or T-Rex look awful. Basically, the best looking animal was Indominus Rex, which is not dinosaur to begin with, but mashup of all these different strains of DNA or whatever. So yeah, Jurassic World. I was expecting something like a tiny bit of me, like that tiny little super optimistic lunatic in me was expecting to Jurassic World to be just as good or maybe even better than dare I hope Jurassic Park. And then a little bit of more realistically inclined and grounded version of me was hoping for something that's at least better than Jurassic World 3. And unfortunately for me, it didn't happen. It was it was just as bad as Jurassic Park 3, or it was not worse, but it was just when I was talking with my friend a couple of days ago, we couldn't get over we couldn't get over it. How disappointing this sequel was, and the conclusion was it was sort of condescending. This movie, like it was rated PG-13, and they were like rolling these dumb jokes that were aimed at 10-year-olds or 8-year-olds or whatever. So it was cheesy, it was condescending, it was a lot of bad things. It was, and a little, if any, good things. It was for me. I mean, there were good things that came up from Jurassic World. First, being it smashed it smashed records with the opening weekend. That's great. It's good for a dinosaur, even though there's no dinosaurs in Jurassic World, dinosaur themed movie to do so good on the box office and among general public. So it brought a lot of light onto paleontology and dinosaurs, and these areas of human interest. So that's good. And this is the only thing, I guess. Uh, Yeah, I'm lost for words when I even think about Jurassic World. That was so disappointing for me. Hmm, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what is so difficult. I mean, I get it. As I discussed with my friend, I get it why why the movie is the way it is. It was made, to get money. To It's like I feel like as though there are two formulas, in making movies. There's like this grandiose formula of making, a movie that has, deep messages within. That's like highly, developed characters, story, whatever, philosophical to some degree, and uh, a lot of segments of this part of the formula where they like walk away from the safe established methods of making a story and making characters, and a lot of risk involved, to put it in one word, I guess, in one phrase. And then there's the safe route, the the generic template where you have your characters, you have this and that and and all these elements, and let's slap it together, and it is guaranteed to make to make us money, um, and quite possibly to make us even richer than we already are. So there's nothing wrong with making money. It's just I hate when these studios and these head honchos of these big studios are playing so safe all the time, and keeping the keeping the cinemas flooded with low grade quality movies, with films, just come to the movie, spend a lovely evening with your better part, or your kids, or whoever you decide to bring with you, and leave your brain at the front door, and just come in and enjoy. And I don't get it, because there are so many I mean, as I said, I get it, and then again, I don't get it. It's a paradox. It's like, why don't you decide to take some risks, and uh yeah, just wishful thinking, I guess. I don't know what else to say about Jurassic World, but a lot of disappointment. Hopefully, the next movie that's coming up, the Terminator, uh, is going to be better than the last sequel, the Terminator Salvation, I think, and is going to be as closely matched to maybe Judgment Day, the sequel, the best actually in the trilogy, quadrilogy, or whatever it is, eulogy right now. And also, the Star Wars. Hopefully, J.J. Abrams knows what he's doing, like he has proved on numerous occasions with other movies, as far as I'm concerned. So hopefully, they are gonna, up improve on the original, or we'll see. But this year is definitely exciting in terms of cinema and movie goodness that it's being been coming our way. Uh, Let's get those forelimbs into place. Okay. Oh my, this looks quite bloated. Hold on, I need to, let me save real quick. I want to figure out how to enable chat function or whatever the function is that will, give us the opportunity to interact a little bit. Just a sec. Let me see. All right. Okay. Hmm. 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 I'm sorry, guys. We'll be able to send the questions or. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, I understand right now. I can only enable or disable the Q&A prior to beginning the broadcast. So basically, I started without it, and I'll have to finish it without this. This is going on for the next streams. All right. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry for this pause. I can only get better at this, right? Okay, this area is masked, so I won't be able to, yeah. I unmasked it, so now it's available to edit. This is also good for me, once I finish this stream in a couple more hours, I'll have to, go through it a little bit and see, how's the audio, whether I should change some of these things, like do I talk too silently? This is another. This was such a mistake of not enabling the Q&A, so you guys could suggest things and ask questions. It'll be a lot more dynamic than it is right now. But no worries, it's going to be better the next time. Oh shoot, this is bad. All right, yeah. Sometimes I, fantasize about what would it be like whether I had if I had this, like this computer and this software, this zbrush, and this knowledge even when I was like I don't know, 13, 14 years old, right after I saw Jurassic Park in the cinema. When I saw it, I think it was 93, something like that. I was swept away with that movie, and I was like, as soon as I came home, it was like, I don't know, 9 or 10 in the evening. I had school in the morning, and I couldn't go to sleep because I was, I pulled out my uh, like notebook where I drew my dinosaurs and whatever I drew, and I couldn't go to sleep. I was just constantly drawing Tyrannosaurus Rex flipping the car over, standing on top of the car, this and that, and the amount of inspiration I had right after I saw that movie, and this inspiration stood with me like for years after that. I guess, since I was young, I guess the age, everything makes difference. I'm not sure whether I'll ever, experience that amount of inspiration and that amount of enthusiasm as I did before. It's like hard to describe. It's, I have to concentrate really hard and, to even, get a glimpse of what it felt like, to be so encompassed, so engulfed in, dinosaurs. I guess if I was like that today, that would be pretty bad for my, marriage, for my, social life, because, I would stop existing probably for the outside world. Had I ZBrush, this computer, and that enthusiasm that I had back in the day. I mean, not to say that I'm not enthusiastic now. It's just the level of enthusiasm is just incomparable. And so sometimes I read online on various computer graphic sites and sites for artists and designers and stuff, and there are phases where all of us are battling and fighting with exactly that, the loss of inspiration. So back in the day, this was a strange and unknown state of mind for me. And looking at kids today, actually, I'm digressing a little bit. I'm sorry. Looking at kids today, they're so distracted. They have so much stuff. They have these, gadgets, smartphones, tablets, games. Like, I'm looking at those kids, and their concentration and their like level of enjoyment and enthusiasm about things is comparable to that of mayfly, I guess, like housefly or whatever insect you want. Like, one moment it's into it, next moment forgot it ever existed. And yeah, it's really basically, yeah, to go back to the subject of inspiration and the loss of it. Sometimes I get stuck in that gear, like I just don't, you just don't know where to start. Then you start, then you're not satisfied with the way it goes. You're setting yourself high goals. You're like that are for one or the other reason you cannot, achieve. So I'm trying to figure out as I work what I do to reignite my inspiration, reignite my childlike state of mind, I should say. For me, what I realized that sort of works is like looking, seeing movies that are like older movies, like movies from the last decade or so that were inspiring for me. Seeing them over and over again doesn't matter. This is something that works for me. Browsing internet for other artists' art is also something that gets my blood going, and looking at somebody's perfect forms and art and compositions, color, just gets my blood boiling to the point where, to hell with it, I can do it like this as well. Why didn't I do it like before? Okay, let's sit down and let's do it. And some of the things, these are just some of the things that sometimes you need to just move away from your computer, move away from your workstation, from whatever it is that you're doing, and take a pause, take a break for a day or two or whatever time it takes to become like hungry for more sculpting, for more of whatever it is that you are doing. So it's also important, I guess, to some extent, to realize that you're that you're stuck in this, like first gear or whatever, neutral, and you cannot move. So this is also, I guess, that's also a good thing to recognize, to be able to help yourself overcome that moment. But I don't know, I guess the key is to sort of start thinking like a child, maybe, I don't know, in some aspects. I mean, in regards to inspiration and being motivated and being pumped up, and I remember days when I would like, I could literally, have hard time falling asleep, and of not being able to let go of my paper and pencils and drawings, and then when I would fall asleep, finally after spinning around for an hour or two or whatever, as soon as I would like open my eyes, I would just straight jump out of the bed and wouldn't even bother myself with dressing up for the day. Stay in my pajamas and starting off where I stopped the moment before I went to sleep. So, and you're not even hungry at these moments. Like yeah, I'm not sure why I'm sculpting these these Helix claws, because I'm not sure if Benacario's had any of these. I'm gonna have to consult the internet on that. Mr. Internet, Mr. Smith. Yeah, movies were a big part of my world. Ever since I was a child, I don't know. I was constantly, watching movies, watching documentaries, watching TV. I do not look, I do not watch TV as much these days. Most of the content that I'm, going through is done via internet. So, but yeah, the movies they're fun. They're really fun. Funny story is also that as a child, I learned English by, watching movies and all kinds of shows and, stuff. So I never studied English, formally. I studied German, Deutsch. But my Deutsch ist sehr schlecht. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch, nicht genug. Yeah, better stop right there before I embarrass myself even further. So yeah, watching movies was beneficial for me on multiple levels. Like I learned language. I'm making a living, modeling and creating illustrations with dinosaurs and monsters and stuff like that. So yeah, movies are fun. Never got to work on a movie as of yet, but this is sort of a wish of mine. I'd like to, at one point in time, I would like to, be part of some production and work on some one or two or a couple titles in some sort of department, creating content of digital nature, like like characters, assets, or stuff for the movie. I think that would be great because I don't know. There are a lot of pluses and beneficial things and aspects of working studio and working with large number of peers and people, like-minded people. What I learned from my experience in working in a TV company in Croatia, Nova TV, is that the learning curve is so much steeper when you're, part of a big team, opposed to when you work alone, when you freelance. It's, things go a lot more slower, I should say. At least for me. I mean, it's not a rule of a thumb. Uh, I guess that's the expression. Probably most of you have, different experiences with this, but for me, like, during the first year and a half on my time at the TV company, I was like, every day I would learn a new thing, and every day was like something new, something was learned, some new method, some new piece of software, some new plugin, something, then after a year and a half or 2 years, it starts to, decline this, uh, steep curve of learning new stuff. And then, when you reach, in my case, like third year, it was like flat line, with regards, to learning. So, but as I said, this is individual. Some people are, more inclined to, dig around, and they have inquisitive nature. They, just like to know stuff, like to know more, and constantly digging, and constantly above average, trying to figure out new stuff, new problems. Okay, let's reduce this claw, and I need to check whether this claw should be a lot smaller, or does it even exist? I have to Google that one. I'm gonna leave it for now. Okay, so we have our basic shape here. So this is slowly the time to, to start and clean up, and introduce cleaner shapes, underlying muscle tissue, and stuff like that. I need to drink a little bit. Okay, I made a little pause, and I was listening to myself a little bit on the stream. There's a delay, so I can hear like 30 seconds back or whatever. And I realize I sound like a dinosaur. I'm putting people to sleep, euthanizing people. I'm sorry for the slow. It's the nature of the business, because you sit here and you're on your own, and I might have started more enthusiastically into the stream, and then over the course of the stream, I probably started, sinking down, slowing down, and eventually becoming a sloth. And yeah, I see areas of improvement with my, speech thing. I don't know how I should address it. I need to stop, The stuttering, this is a big problem. I need to, come up with a little bit more fast and a little bit more, again, looking for a word. Yeah. Yeah, these and and echs, I need to get those out. Need to stop producing sounds with my mouth, and my mouth are dry, and then I'm trying to, hydrate them with my tongue and my lips, and then I'm producing these clickety clucks in my mouth, and oh god, such a noob, such an amateur. All right, it's gonna get better. It's gonna get better. It has to. Let's lay down those muscles, those thighs. That's it. More like Arnold Schwarzenegger. We like those muscles. Oh man, that guy, Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's a big part of my growing up as well. I mean, I literally ate up all of his movies before, like, Predator, Terminator. These movies were watched, hours on end, over and over again. He's a legend. For me, in my book, this guy is a legend. Just the persona, the everything that surrounds him. I don't know. He's such a cool guy to me. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Get the hell out of here, bullshit. I'm gonna do that as well on the stream when I, become a little bit more at home with streaming and with everything. When next time I enable the Q&A thing, and it's gonna go down good. Okay, so now I need to. What do I need to do right now? So much to do. The claw. Yeah. So when you reach the point where you've got like the final topology of the mesh, we need to start avoiding these distortions of the edge rings along the fingers and other cylindrical shapes along the model, because later on these distorted edge rings become a real pain in the neck for people who need to rig the model, who need to animate the model, who need to take the model to the next level, make it alive. So yeah, but yeah, this is really this can turn out in a big issue if you're not mindful of these things. Okay, so looking at the model from different angles a little bit. Not sure what to think about that tail. Should it be fatter, thinner? Yeah, I think it's a good time to learn whether our Dinocurious has I'm sorry for the lack of words, helix digit. Does it have it or not? How big it is? And stuff like that. Let me engage my superpowers. Wikipedia on. All right. Ta, 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 pa, 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 pa. Wikipedia. Okay, so to try and minimize the boredom, you guys that are watching it live, I'm gonna try and do it together with you, trying to find. Oh wait, this is this is Therizinosaurus, right? No, Dinocherius cherrysissimus. Okay. No, there's nothing. Yeah, because there hasn't been discovered a skeleton, at least not that complete. So we need to Google me this, Google me that. Dinosaur feet, phalanx. Try that. Okay, this is the according to this one, it doesn't have helix. According to this one, doesn't have helix either. but it's too small of a resolution, so it's hard to pick up details. Let me check a little bit more. No, it obviously, or did it? Seems like it didn't have any helix there. How dare I not knowing that? Damn you. Oh, here's another interesting Rico. I saw this one, I remember. Yeah, so apparently it doesn't have... Oh, this one is interesting. Yeah, I think it did not have helix digit, this guy. Yeah, all right. All right. Yeah, this is something that, hold on, this is something we're gonna look at a lot more over the coming days when we start detailing these guys, Therizinosaurus and Dino Curious, like this. Yeah, this. Oh yeah, come to pop. This is it. This is what I'm talking about. So the moment when you decide to sculpt a good-looking, realistic-looking dinosaur, is the moment you have to attack the Google with all your might and look for these things, stuff like that. Look at this. Not just supersize this, Oh, this is great. It'd be so great if I could say, okay, guys, this is the final render. I just did it. Like, you blinked and you missed the whole procedure, and I finished the model. So this is the final render, rendered in mental ray or whatever. And since I cannot show the entire model, I'm gonna tease you with feet. And this is, oh god, this would be so awesome. Look at these feet. Look all these scales. Beautiful. Now we're gonna save this photo. I think I don't have it. That's peculiar because I have all the ostrich's feet photos from the Google. Like, I don't know. Let's save it here. Blue whale. Ah, magnificent animal. Yeah, the blue whale. I want to talk about blue whale actually. A couple months ago, I had a gig for a studio somewhere in the Europe. I think Finland. Not sure. And the guys wanted me to sculpt a realistic blue whale. And naturally, as I do it with all my whenever a new project emerges, you have to do a little research, browse Google, whatever, find out a little bit about the subject you're doing. You're required to, build, sculpt. So, of course, I hit the Wikipedia and start reading about blue whale because I watched a couple of documentaries on about whales and I began to realize as I read through Wikipedia article, I began to realize this so little do I know, and there are these animals are so fascinating. There is so much like mouth gapping information in this Wikipedia article about blue whale that like, I mean, if you go by just by how big this animal is, like 30 meters or something like that in length, like 160, 70, 80 tons. Like the fact that the whale calf needs 400 liters of milk, every day, and it gains 90 kilograms each day. These are some of like mind-bending things that you can get by reading the article on Wikipedia about blue whales. That like whales, yeah, they're like super big and they're beautiful and they're nearly extinct or whatever, but there's so much more to these animals, actually. Crazy stuff. And it's hard not to wonder at nature, because it's such a wondrous place, I should say. I don't know, lost for expression. Delete hidden. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Close hole, close hole. Can everybody see? Okay, there it is. Close hole. Now we closed it. This is good. So voila, we removed the hallux digit. Now we need to do something about these awful pointy claws, because let me quickly jump again on the magic carpet of Google, and let me Google feet again. Let me find a decent sized images. Okay, so let me try and find. Hello, fella. I think this is something, just looking by the picture, I think this is a village or two or some couple places in Africa where they have genetical like disorder, and they're like most of their villagers are born with these feet that look like ostrich feet. I wonder what went wrong there. It's strange. Okay, this is maybe a good reference photo. This one. For a point that I'm gonna try to make right now. Just a sec. Oh, this is nasty. Okay, I think this will be enough. Yeah. So all the time, especially before, I don't know, I haven't been paying close attention to this as of, like recently. But what popped to my mind is that a lot of paleo artists and a lot of paleo art in general has theropod dinosaurs and dinosaurs in general, portrayed and depicted with pointy claws at their feet. And this is something that should probably be avoided because, well, you can see why. Because these claws, these, nails or whatever you want to call them are being worn. Oh, I downloaded this. Why is that so? Why is that so? Yeah, they're being worn because the animals are constantly moving. They're constantly moving across, rough terrain and various, structures, harder terrain, softer terrain, whatever. And like, I don't know. I think the good example would be maybe I have a lizard. I have a bearded dragon, and his claws are pretty sharp and then I tried to Google, images of wild bearded dragons, and I tried to, look for how their claws look, and wild animals tend to have, and the animals that are, not residing in, small cages and terrariums and, small spaces, they have worn claws because, yeah, they move and they get worn, and they're pretty much certainly not so pointy. Then again, there are examples like, so sorry, oops, sorry, eat. So yeah, you can see in Cassowary as well. His two digits, these smaller ones, have worn claws. And then there's this longer claw, and okay, so I'm not sure whether this is like a animal that's photographed in the wildlife, or is this like, through the fence in the zoo. But for some reason, this cassowary has its claws are more worn than this one. But you can see these claws are worn as well. So this one is a little bit more pointy because of the way it's laid down on the ground and the way, anatomically connected to the rest of the leg or whatever. The implication is causing it to not get worn, as the other two digits are. So yeah, I mean, it would be pretty. I would like to. I haven't been able to. I'm not sure if I've been able to find a article that's, concerning the claws in dinosaurs' feet and the, effects of them being warned by, animals' preferences of just the behavior, the way the animal lived. But just, looking at some of these larger birds, reptiles, I get a sense of, creating dinosaurs with pointy claws at their feet, like super pointy, is wrong. So maybe, like dromaeosaurs could probably have like pointy claws, the ones that are like, in the air. But and also I also probably link this with the because the bigger the possibility that theropod, the dinosaur, was built to be able to run faster, the bigger the possibility that their claws were more worn than compared to those dinosaurs that were herbivores, maybe larger built, slower moving dinosaurs, they probably had like, more complete uh, claws and toenails and hooves or whatever they had on their feet. So yeah, that's one of the this is one of those things that I keep noticing looking at other people's work, and where I, kind of to a certain extent disagree with their view. I mean, it's not necessarily their view because we are all evolving, growing, and changing, and learning new stuff and so on. Because if I look at my work from before a couple of years ago, like this Therizinosaurus model that I'm using for a base for Dino Curious, you can see that I wasn't I was not able to think about the designing an animal or designing anything on that level. So this is these are the traits of good design when computer graphic artists are creating imaginary animals as well. You have to ask yourself these questions like where did this animal live? What did this animal be like? Was it like herbivore? What is it like predator, carnivore? um, the type of ground it moved, how fast it moved, did it flew, did it was it able to fly? All sorts of questions that through the design you give answers to, and you end up with the designs and concepts that just look they look right. They look they look as though they might function in the real world, and that's the goal that should be, and it probably is for many and most of computer graphic artists, and for most creature and character artists, and to be able to get better your stuff, to be able to up your game, up your level of sculpting and your concept designs or whatever. You have to constantly ask yourself these questions, like because if you start to spam details and body parts on this imaginary animal or a dinosaur for that matter, uh, it, it's sooner I mean, more often than not, it becomes uh, it doesn't look well, it doesn't look right, it doesn't it just moves away from reality, and looks more like a fantastical creature than something that might have existed before. So that's something one should have in mind when creating creating designs and concepts and stuff like that. So not just the feet, just the entire body, like uh, the posture, the things like uh, I should probably actually for myself, because we're uh, uh, speaking in my speaking for myself, you easily forget things that you already knew and things that you already learned and understood, and at some point included in your design and in your work. You start to forget these things, and I'm sorry, I need to take a sip. Okay. Yeah, you start to forget these details, these tiny things that make up a design, a model, and you end up with a half-baked design, not so good looking um, end result, and then you start to scratch your head. Hopefully, where I go wrong. And if you don't ask yourself the right questions, it's hard to get to the bottom of it, to the answers. So I'm sorry, my mouth went dry, so my throat went dry after that. Domino effect. Ah, I'm breaking a record right now because you know most of the days I spend silent, like a silent movie, and now I'm talking like there's no tomorrow. So kind of a stress for my poor throat and my vocal cords and my tongue and whatever. Oh, sheesh. So yeah, our Deinonychus probably had a little bit more like blunt claws, not so sharp. Probably worn from constantly moving from one pasture or whatever, however it's pronounced, to another. From one feeding area to another. It would be so cool. If we could somehow take a sneak peek into the past and see these animals uh, be themselves, live their lives, it would be. Uh, I have to restrain myself from using poor language and cursing. That's not, but it's so tempting, to start cursing and start, Ah, God, that'd be so cool. That would be so cool. Imagine seeing Tyrannosaurus Rex. Imagine seeing it. Imagine looking at it, like sneaking up to the herd of Triceratops or whatever other animals he hunted, and you were like there, looking at this situation, developing it. Situation, that would be. Oh my God, that's like. I'm try. Sometimes I try to imagine my reaction, like for real. But like how would my reaction be like when I would be like exposed to something so awesome as that, as something like that. I'm not sure whether I would pass out, whether I would like die from a heart failure because my heart rate would jump to like 200 BMIs or whatever. That would be that would be shocking experience. That would be, I don't know. I mean, in my mind. I go back to when I was working in capital of Croatia in Zagreb. I was working at the TV company, and back when I lived in Zagreb, I spent oftentimes I would go to the local zoo, and I would walk up to the elephant enclosure, and I would just stand there for like an hour and just looking at this large animal. I mean, uh, it was depressing to one extent, to an extent, because uh, you know elephants and all these big animals need larger enclosures, and not to say that Zagreb Zoo has a small enclosure for their elephant, but could be bigger. Could be like 3 times bigger, 4 times bigger. It'll be better. It'd be so much cooler. But regardless, I would I would stand next to the elephant enclosure, and I would sometimes when the elephant would walk by closer to the fences, I would close my eyes, and you could literally hear. Now I'm not sure what I heard, but you can hear the air flowing, inside the animal. Like I'm not sure whether I'm not familiar whether elephants inhale their. I think they're inhaling through their trunk, if I'm correct. I'm not sure if the noise that I heard was the air passing through the trunk, or was this the noise of the air filling the lungs, and you can hear this noise, and keeping your eyes shut, and then this noise, it's like you can sense this large presence, standing close by, and that was like, this was like such a cool experience, and now trying to, elephants approximately weighed in about like 6 or 7 or whatever tons, and or even less, depending if that's an African or Indian elephant, and if it's a male or female, and they're, like compared to a medium sauropod, they're small. So imagine if you had a chance to somehow, some freaking magical somehow, to be able to take a sneak peek into the past, and to be in the close proximity of like giant sauropod, or God forsake, like herd of those animals. I don't know. That would be like mind melting, Vulcan mind. What do Vulcans do actually? They're melting minds, or connecting minds, something like that. Mind. I'm not sure how they call it. Is it mind melting, or is it? Yeah, actually, yeah. That experience would be uh, loss for words, loss for a right word, loss for a brain wave activity when I think about things like that. So, comparing an elephant and being able to hear air pass through your trunk or whatever, and then, standing next to a sauropod that's like, 30 meters long from the neck, the head to the tip of the tail, or, 50, 60 or whatever tons weighed in at, that weight. And oh my God, that would be some experience. I know that for sure. I mean, I think the pure sounds, if we would be able to, get a feed from the past, like just audio, not video, just audio, I think we would, it would be something else. Because I remember also standing in the zoos, in that zoo that I visited often, when I would walk by to the lion enclosure, and then sometimes in the late hours, the lions would start to vocalize sometimes, or the tigers. I don't remember exactly. And the sound, they like when you're standing like 5 meters away from a like Bengal tiger, and he starts to vocalize. It's like, I mean, I'm a very imaginative person, so I'm able to. Uh, I'm able to. I'm not sure what the word is. But I'm easily like drawn into like some fantasy that I set up for myself in my head. And it's easily for me to imagine. It's easy for me to imagine this tiger or this lion, and if if you're in the wild and if you all of a sudden this animal pops right in front of you, then you're like you don't have anything to defend yourself with, and the imminent danger, the end, like when you sense the end is near, the fear, I guess the primal fear kicks in. I guess as they say, when lion catches the prey, the animal doesn't even feel the pain, probably because of the adrenaline rush or whatever. It shuts down most of the functions of the body, so it deteriorates to primal instinct, like just blinking and breeding or whatever. So now imagine if you would like taking a stroll in a late Cretaceous thick forest or whatever, and large theropod jumps in front of you. Oh, gosh, that would be. Yeah, I need to stop fantasizing. I need to speed up a little bit here. I need to do some work, don't we? Okay, these claws are gonna need a little bit more work, of course. The fingers and everything. We're gonna do that a little bit later stage. I'm sorry, my throat is fried. I'm giving my best to not let it fall apart and fail me completely. I'll have to Google recipes for keeping smooth throat after straining it for so long. Because I'll sound like a dinosaur tomorrow or when I start the next stream.
If you just said something I didn't understand.
Okay, Google, shut up. Stupid phone. Oh, no, not that. This one. Yeah, so we sort of nailed our like major proportions. Looking at it sideways, we still have to work a little bit on our front view. Sorry. So at this stage, we'll probably have to start dividing the mesh a little bit and adding in more detail, making it appear a little bit more smooth. Now I'm also not quite positive about this posture because it looks sort of strained to me, strained in a way that doesn't look naturally for me, for this animal to keep its tail so bent like upwards. If this animal is like normal, relaxed, walking around, grazing, minding my own business, they probably, especially in this posture, maybe if the animal was like differently posed. Let's try and quickly change the pose to something else. Like maybe if the animal was bent down and like grazing, maybe going through a shallow water and grazing watery plants, or maybe I don't know, eating something uh, like amphibians or something. I don't know. Maybe, and leaning against their forelimbs. Maybe this would make sense more, like sort of like I don't know, alert sort of posture for the tail. You know, making itself appear like bigger, making maybe even fooling theropods that might be ambushing them nearby by faking faking the I mean, I'm not sure how theropods were smart, but there's some general intelligence in animals, and evolution and coexistence between animals and everything, and they learn stuff about each other, about different species, and this is dangerous, this is not, this is fake, this you should run, you should attack. So maybe it'll be even it would be fun to see whether maybe they had their tails dressed in this downy feathery thing that they can like spread their feathers like sort of to make their tails appear bigger, and to sort of like what I'm trying to say, like just a wild idea, um, to try to fool theropods that this is actually their neck, and that this is tail. They're like I don't know. So maybe they could like to try and fool, and like a strategy to raise their tails up and maybe bend the tail a little bit at the tip to make it appear from afar that they're like alert, they're not easy target. I don't know, just brainstorming. um Although if they move in herds, they do move in herds. If they moved in herds, they and they were big, they were quite large animals, they probably didn't have as much natural enemies. I would hope so, for their sake, as maybe some other smaller type of herbivores that coexisted with Tyrannosaurus rex and other larger theropods. um, yeah, okay, so we have to return this guy here. All right, so I'm gonna change his tail a little bit. The posture, not the length is gonna be the same. This is also done for the purpose of rigging. It's easier to rig a straight tail than a curved one, and when you're rigging limbs, when you're rigging an animal, it is preferred to have their limbs extend like as much as they can be extended away from their body, like okay, so this, a little bit of masking on the side, and there you go, like this. Okay, we're gonna keep it like this for now. Later, when we when we have our model finished, when it's rigged, then you can do pretty much anything. Okay, let's also increase. Okay, I just realized I haven't saved in images, so let me do that quickly. More often, no, not more often. a lot of times I was a victim of, foolishness of not saving enough and incrementally, and I would either save like every 2 or 3 hours, and then there would be like a sudden power outage or computer freezes, or software freezes, and you would lose 2 or 3 hours of work. And then I would always like tell myself, you need to save, you fool, you need to save, stop doing that, you need to, be more diligent about saving files. Then I would start saving files, and then, okay, so this is, I'm sorry, I'm digressing all the time. So this is the new situation for me, because I'm, talking and working, and I'm not 100% in my screen. I'm not 100% in ZBrush, so some of my mental, like processing is shared with talking or whatever. Okay, so yeah, then I would start to save. I would start to save stuff, and I would become diligent at saving. And I would like, okay, so save this, save every 20, 30 minutes. And then, but what started happening to me is that I would save all over and over again over the same file, or I would have two files at best. And I would save over those two files, and then like I would turn down my software, and either it would happen like either I would hit save button and turn my software too fast, and the save wasn't completed successfully, and the software was shut down, and the save was and then tomorrow morning I would turn on my software, load my file, and behold the miracle, the file is corrupt. The file is erroneous because the file wasn't being, it failed to save correctly because I was an idiot, and I would end up with corrupt file, and because I had only two files, and the second file would either be corrupt or would because I didn't mind the order, and I was saving all over, like I would work entire day and I would save over one file, and then at the end I would save both files, like updated version, and then I would have like lost like almost a day of work or so on. So yeah, I kind of learned over time that you must save to as much more files as you can afford, space wise, and I mean, it shouldn't be so expensive, because the memory is so cheap these days, and when you finish, you can easily delete all those in between phases, and have like maybe beginning, middle, and final phase file. But when you're like finished, when you deliver the goods to the client, when you're like cleared from the client, and when everything is like done and said, then don't do it before, because client might want to go back a couple steps before, when you had some something. Then if you delete those files, then you're screwed again. So it's important to manage your files a little bit more, like I don't know, intuitively, or whatever is the right word. Yeah. Okay. So this is our data carriers. Let me try and change it. Oh no, this is too dark. What the hell? Oh, this chicken-like tiny neck. I think it had a little bit thicker neck, a little bit. Because an animal so big as such as Dinocarius 10 tons of meat and bones and feather, you'd expect it to have a little bit more mass right there. Maybe, I mean, not too much, just a tad. Yeah, like this, like so. But it's easy, it's easy to go back or forward with some of these decisions during the production phase. Even when it's finished, it's not a too big a hassle to make that neck a little bit thinner, a little bit thicker, whatever is required. Um, so we are slowly entering the phase where we are, adding more and more detail to our model, refining these rough edges. Uh, but uh, but still, it still needs work. Like for example, the forelimbs are sucky at this point in time. They don't look like much. I'll have to check those bones they have because the forelimbs are, I think, the only bones that are like best preserved and intact or whatever for this specimen, for this dinosaur. So if anything, the bones, the forelimbs are shouldn't be an unknown. There are a couple of cool. There are a couple of cool images online and studies from how the muscles connect in in dinosaurs' forelimbs. So that's also useful to not not being lazy and just use your better judgment and look at the arm of Arnold Schwarzenegger and then sculpt according to that. You're sculpting your Dinocurious forelimbs. So that would be that wouldn't be that's a lazy approach. So you shouldn't be shy of loading googling some images and trying to understand how it really or how approximately still better than your own wild guesses, because some people spend years or months or whatever time they spend to understand some of these things. So why not digging up a little bit around the internet and getting that information and trying to incorporate that as well into your design. And then we're coming back to that old thing that we went through. You end up with better design. You end up with more like believable animal that looks as though it really existed, or I mean really it just looks more real. You can go on and sculpt an elephant right now or a rhinoceros and don't use any references, and it's going to be exaggerated, it's going to be caricatured, it's going to deviate from reality if you don't use reference photography, if you don't use stuff that's available online. So Probably its feet, maybe. I don't know. We'll see whether its feet need a little bit more tweaking and enhancing. Probably do they do. Floor. Okay, turn off the floor. Okay, so I'm setting up a skeleton image of a skull, a dinosaur skull, from the top view, so I can. Oh, there it is. So I can see what's going on here a little bit better. I'll have to find a couple more angles or something like that, so that yeah, its face will need a lot of work. This is still early phase. This needs to, this needs retopology, because at the moment it's quite strained here. I'm a shy little dino curious. Okay. Right. And I'm not sure. Hold on, I need to check that as well. Yeah, they probably didn't have cheeks, these guys, probably. I mean, most of the guys online are portraying them. Okay, just check. They're being portrayed more like modern birds. Sorry. This is interesting as well. The aforementioned, I'm not sure whether this is Julius Sottoni or somebody else. I apologize if I attributed this work, but it's somebody else's to Julius Sottoni or vice versa. Yeah, regardless. This one has semi-closed, like so it has, part of the jaw is covered with cheek tissue, and like part is like open, so it can, maybe open its jaws a little bit more. I don't know. This doesn't look bad either. I don't know. Yeah, these are the things that are sort of hard to know for certain or at all. First of all, we've got very, very, very poorly preserved skeleton, and only fragments of it, not the entire skeleton, as far as I'm familiar with this. And the second of all, the age-old question with the soft tissue that's not preserved. So, it's really hard to know for sure how some of these, details looked on these extinct animals. Mhm. Hold on. I need to extract this one outside. Ooh, that's it. Presto changeo. Delito. Delete, 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 delete. Okay. Yeah. Don't know. I'll have to consult with Mike on this one a bit later. And the next time I'm gonna enable Q&A, and we're gonna be able to consult and discuss the subjects on the go. So that's great. Should be great. Just looking at it a little bit from different angles, trying to get a feel for what else can I do to at this stage of the model. I need to spend more time definitely with the forelimbs. I need to should define the forelimb musculature a little bit better. Legs should be, I should extend them a little bit for the rigging purposes. Yeah. Why is this keep doing this for me? Okay, that's good. Oh, dino. Okay. Let me turn on the background a little bit more. So if you can see this, so this is where this is sort of where our digits begin. This should be a thumb, I suppose. Middle finger. All right, so Our thumb has the biggest claw, and it has only one segment. So okay, so let's get those. Ouch. Today was a particularly hot day, so we started to melt. Also, I wanted. This is the moment where another one of those things that just popped in my mind that I realized are happening. So basically, we've got our like this is this is supposed to be like the skeleton underlying skeleton claw base core skeletal core for the keratinous sheet that engulfed the that was around the it was oh god um, I lost the word help. So this is the interior, like the bone structure, bony base structure, and the exterior is like keratinous sheet that went on top of this base. So what I noticed with my own reconstructions, with my own understanding, with everybody else's, I mean, most of the other guys, is also that we are keeping we're keeping reconstructing these like claws at the exact, like we have a live reconstruction, live dinosaur. We have our claws are the exact same size as the bony structure, while they should. I mean, I'm not. I think I read about this somewhere, but it just, as I talked about it before, it faded away from my from my memory. Um, I think. I mean, I stand corrected, or somebody, uh, over the next courses, I'll probably mention it again. And I would like to know, maybe, like, wouldn't the keratinous sheet that made up the outer layer of the claw, make the claw look bigger? Or am I wrong? Or did I not understand something? So, if this claw, if for example, is all we found and is best preserved is these forelimbs for Dinocuris, and if this is the bone based structure for the claw, wouldn't the actual claw be like massive, or at least double the size of the bony core, or maybe just a little bit larger? It certainly wouldn't be exactly the same, like I'm trying to do right now. Like it shouldn't be like this. It should be a little bit bigger, probably. I don't know. I'll have to inspect that. I'll have to inquire on that. Ask somebody, who could maybe give me a better idea. Also, the thing that I'm doing right now is actually something I've realized I don't like particularly, and it has its name actually. Shrink wrapping. I'm trying to maybe some of my dinosaurs have that, suffer from that, but I'm subconsciously, and as of late, I'm trying to I'm trying to move away from that method of portrayal of dinosaurs, like making especially the skulls. It's very noticeable on the skulls. I mean, it's hard to hold it against other paleo artists, myself included, because as I spoke before, the soft tissue is relatively relatively big unknown. I mean, all we have is assumptions and um, educated guesses based on scarification of the tissue. That gives us the idea where sort of the tissue was thicker, and where there might be like more tissue attached to with different ligaments and tendons and whatnot, or whatever the tissue is called, that it's keeping the face or facial features like trunks and stuff like that attached to the skull. So using these tiny indicative marks on skeletons, we can say certain things with certain certainty, but some of these bones are badly preserved from some of these species, and it's really difficult to say whether that animal particular animal looked like that, or it had, completely different look. So yeah. So this, in my book, is kind of wrong. Like, doing this. And then if you turn on, or like we have to see that this is the place where the shoulder blade is positioned at. I mean, if you take a look of larger mammalians, modern mammals, mammal animals, um, you learn that, not all these animals are walking skeletons, and most of these animals have so much developed tissue and muscles and whatnot, surrounding the skeleton. So it's so that you get the point. Okay, I'm starting to spin in circles. I'll have to open its beak, jaws. Okay. Okay, so the jaw pivot should be like somewhere around here. I guess the image is a little bit blurry, so ouch. I didn't mask the jaws properly. I need to redo it. Yeah. Okay. Nope. Nope. Come on. All right. Okay. Yeah, this was the tongue from our Teresina model. I'm not sure what to do with this one. Well, but it needs to be a little bit shorter, differently shaped. For all we know, this could have been, you know, like an extinct anteater or something like that with large and powerful tongue that could, you know, pierce through the thick. Wait a second. No, anteater doesn't pierce things with its tongue. It's alien, I think. Yeah. And it's not tongue, it's something weird with alien. Xenomorph. Oops. Let me quickly save this. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Thinking about what else is left in this phase of roughness. Let me take a closer look inside. Oops. All right. Okay, adding the joints, marking the joints, so that I know how to go about forming the shapes of fingers, digits. Still all very rough, as you can see. Now, the best way to animate, to sculpt areas like these here, like right below the behind the elbow, knee, where the femur and the tibia are connected. The best way to model this is, to have your dinosaur with the leg, like, fully outstretched, and to model the default model without the creases, and then later on to create a displacement crease that can be used in the displacement mode as a morph. So you can connect this, new information, new displacement information from when the joints, when the dinosaur like bends his leg, there there are creases that generate, and during the rigging and enveloping, you connect this information, this displacement map. You're connecting it with the deformers, mesh deformers, and they're doing their job in, there are various methods for various softwares, but this is the best way to go about this. But this is done most of the time. This is done in higher production environments where you need animated models, where you need stuff like that. That's which is not required for the book. For the stills, you can get away with some of these things. Yeah, this area still needs a lot of loving and touching. So the good thing about these videos is, I'm not quite sure how exactly does YouTube upload this onto my channel. I'm not sure whether it's going to be cut into pieces or whether it's going to be continuous video, or will I have the option to edit and cut away some of the boring parts, and cut it down to the essence. But basically the good thing is that it's going to be available for later viewing online. So if there's interest, when we reach certain number of stream episode, or I don't know what to call it, you'll whoever, I mean, whoever watches it, they'll be able to, go back in time, and go through certain parts. I'm talking about beginners, of course. So that should be good. It'll be good for me as well, because whenever I receive another email with questions like, could you show me this or that, I'll just point him to my YouTube channel and enjoy yourself, son. Enjoy yourself, son. There's like 100 hours of me blabbering and sculpting. So okay, wait a second. Now I'm thinking about. Adding an indication of a joint underneath. I should probably divide this mesh a little bit more, like this. Oh wait, no, 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 no. Hold on, this is. Okay, you're gonna have to excuse me for 5 minutes. I'll be back. I'm back. I told you I'll be back. A little bit more subdivisions. Okay, so let's try and model, define a little bit better our class, or where the claw meets the skin. Okay, so this is what I like to refer to as limbo phase, a limbo phase of you know creating a model in ZBrush. Um, Basically, we are refining those rough forms and volumes, and you know, at first sight, when you look at the model, it doesn't change significantly. The changes are very subtle, and it consumes a chunk of time to go over this. And it's relatively boring, but it's important phase of the project. So yeah, it's a limbo. It's the most interesting part of the project is the very beginning, where you're laying the basic shapes and establishing the look of an animal. And then there's detailing phase, which can also be fun. And excuse me, which when you work, you can clearly see, the all the all the work that you put in. Alrighty. Okay, so our forelimbs are a little bit more defined than they were before. Still some way to go with them, but it's getting there. Yeah, so basically, what I'm going to end up is actually detailing only this segment, the mask, the thing that I masked, the area that I masked, because there's no need to, like, spend hours or days detailing parts that won't be seen because of the feather. So this is going to be detailed, like scales and everything. Maybe a little bit more up, like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The entire neck. The entire neck. Or maybe not entire. Maybe if we decide to have the down feather here. All depends on where the feather is going to go. Maybe something like this. Probably. Yeah, we should see just. Yeah, something like this. And of course the feet. And maybe the tail, like, I'm not sure what the tail is going to look like right now at this point. But the feet should definitely be like done up to this, up to here. Yeah, so this is, the rest can be blank. I only need to, I'll only paint the feather layout because I use maps to grow feathers. So I'm gonna hand paint the patterns and use that as a grow source for when I start rendering and compositing the final elements for the illustration. I'm already really looking forward to the next session because what I said before, I made a mistake And I started this session without turning on the Q&A option application inside the Google Hangout. This is why I can't enable the chat or whatever it looks like. Basically, from what I've learned, it enables any of you guys to ask a question, and enables me to ask something and get an answer in return via that Q&A app. So I'm really looking forward to the future, to the next session, and to the next session, and to the next session, because it should be more dynamic. It should be more, hopefully, it should be more fun. Especially for me, because the idea behind all this is also for me to to be able to communicate with people a little bit while I'm working, and talking about the subject at hand, the dinosaurs, and other stuff, like games, movies. How did you like this? How did you like that? How did how that goes. All right. Dinocurious Mirificus. That's my name. Say my name. All right, the file is saved. No loss, no fear of loss. Lost work. Remember that, guys. Don't forget to save your file as often as you can. Too much polygons, struggling to get that smooth out there. So yeah, the good balance between, when you're transitioning and switching from one area to another and sculpting, now you're sculpting head, now you're sculpting the torso, the body. You can you should switch from one subdivision to another to allow yourself to for the workflow to be faster, actually, nothing else. Or maybe if you have a low spec computer, for the computer to swallow all these actions easier. actions. There you go. These jaw muscles should be a tad thicker, I think. At the moment, they stand like a paper. More like a membrane rather than a muscle. Let's inflate it a little bit. All right. Oops. Okay, hold on. Let me see our mesh. Oh. I should try and create a quick retopo with a zero measure and see how that goes. But I'll definitely need to hand retopo the area around the eyes and maybe some other parts as well. Okay, let me see. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty poor. Now let's clone this sucker. Oh, clone once again. All right. Let's say 20,000 polygons. Let's see the results. Oh, the Terminator in a week time. Yeah, looking forward to that one, man. Hopefully, it's not disappointing. Damn. Oh, this is still rough, very rough. Actually, it's not bad. Yeah, as I said, I'll probably have to apologize. Head myself and the body could be handled by ZBrush. Yeah. I'll apologize this bit later, but I'm going to use this base for further sculpting. Just need to divide it a little bit more. And we need to project the details from the previous mesh. And we're going to do that by appending this guy. Okay, so this should hopefully work. Project. Oh, let's try with the default settings. No. Hmm. It's done. Oh well, it's pretty good. I see some problems around the tongue area, but the rest of it is decent. Okay, so this tongue, I'm not sure whether it will stay here, whether it will be changed, but I'm still, it's an unknown at the moment. Yeah, probably not. Okay, so I need to keep remembering that some of these parts will be covered in down feather and whatever the shapes you put into it, the muscles underneath the layers of skin and fat, and whatever details you put in these parts that are going to be covered with the down feather, this is not going to come through, because it's going to be smothered and suffocated inside that down feather, and so it's best not to dabble too much over these areas where we're not going to see it clearly. But sometimes I'm carried away by the process, and especially when I'm sitting like I am now, with myself alone, and all is quiet, the silence, and you become. It's so automatic that you're doing, and some of these things you're doing it them without too much brain sweat. And then you realize, sometimes, okay, why did I just spend like 1 or 2 hours detailing something that's not going to be seen ever, especially in terms of like when you're adding skin details like scales and all right, I'm gonna put a little bit more loving and time into the feet area, and I'll probably wrap up this session, this stream for the day, and we'll continue, detailing in the next sesh. I don't know. The plan is the plan of the attack for these two dinosaurs, the Therizinosaurus and Curious, is to hopefully have them finished both over the course of next 10 days or so, close. 10, maybe 12 days. I don't know. I'll try and be fast with these two, especially since there's not an entire body at stake, so it should be doable. I'm just oops. Hmm. My, what a big feed you have. Oh yeah, here's a little bit of a tip again. When you're working on digits for dinosaurs, don't feel shy in hiding away the outermost two digits. So it's a lot easier to sculpt the details on the middle digit than later. You can just inverse the mask, and you can sculpt the rest of the digits easier when you're not abstract. I'm blabbering. It's the best way to model the digits is to just keep one digit visible at a time, and finish it, uncover the rest, and then switch to another digit, mask it, cover off the rest, and so on and so forth. Oftentimes I catch myself doing this, like the everything is visible, and I need to sculpt, like these creases inside of where the digit meets at the base of the feet. And so I'm doing all kinds of crazy maneuvers, like I'm doing now, to be able to you know to see the detail, to see the area that I'm supposed to sculpt on. And it becomes hard, you know and it becomes like you spend more time rotating the model and trying to get to the perfect position to sculpt in certain detail, rather than just sculpting. And this is the issue with issue, it's not an issue, it's just the automat auth, the when you become so accustomed to a software that you start to perform certain tasks almost automatically. So automated, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. When it becomes automated, and and then you stop, thinking about, okay, so this is digital software. It has the ability to, to mask certain area and hide certain area portion of the mesh, and I can do this. I can, like, I can keep only this visible, and you forget these things, and then you suffer, and you torment yourself without actually ever hooking up the thought process, to, okay, so why didn't I hide that away, and it'd be a lot easier. But yeah, these are all funny little things that you encounter while working on models and stuff. So we're slowly also getting into a period of this model production where we can start, analyzing um, the feed from real animals and stuff like that. So, for example, this one here. Okay, what? Oh, it's downloading. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Yeah. So cassowary feed they have their interesting. They're detailed. They're interesting. They can be used as a reference for something like this that we need right now. So, you know, it's quite important to always keep the reference material in front of your eyes, not to forget, because from my experience, um, as soon as I would start working from my memory, it oftentimes would end up, exactly like that from my memory, and my memory is not perfect, so yeah, this little crease here, right above the where the digits start to spread and form the foot. Okay, here's another. This is another cool photo of cassowary feet. I don't know if you can see um, this this portion right here and here. It's also visible here. Um, Basically, this part sort of indicates, I mean, not sort of, it indicates the weight of the animal. It's the tissue that it's, uh, sort of stretched and spread out under the weight of the animal. And it forms this bulge right where it meets the ground, and the crease, small crease right above that bulge. So you'd imagine with the animal that weighs in at about 8 or 9 or 10 tons or whatever the estimate is for the Dinocheirius carries, is that this animal should, its feet should, show, uh, that weight, that these 10 tons or whatever the weight is. So that's, in establishing, in trying to establish realism, one should definitely, think about that as well. So, you know, this would be a good thing to sculpt in. Again, it shouldn't be, done too much, go overboard with the effect, because then you'll have a scene where a dinosaur lifts has its feet in the air, mid-air, whatever, during the, movement, and it won't be it won't be too logical, to have such a compressed skin when the feet is up. It should be like, the effect should be minimized then, if not completely gone. Let me turn on. This is a mess. I'll need to. Okay. I can see it. So this is the thumb. This is the outermost, smallest finger digit. Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking about wrapping this session up. Um, just an idea in my head. Still need to fix some of the curvature in the class. There's some twisting going on in the middle claw and some in the Well, all of them are a little bit twisted. Imagine being slapped by this fella. That wouldn't be a pretty picture. I don't know if you look at this claw. If you look at this claw, you can see the distortion that I'm talking about when you look at it from the front. So there there are ways to remove the distortion by move setting. Basically, I put up a pivot in the middle of the claw, as you can see here, and you can distort it even further, or we can try and fix it. That was the word I was looking for. Fix it. Such a word. Such a hard word. I like to sculpt dinosaurs, and I like to watch movie and play video game while I watch the movie. That is great. I like very much enjoy. Yes, because when I was a small kid, I very much liked to play with the dinosaur toy plastic. Yes, and now I make the dinosaur myself. That is great. Oh man, I gotta cheer up this party. For everybody will go extinct. Shoo. I love summer and I hate summer. There there are numerous ways why, uh, numerous reasons why I love summer, and then there are a couple of reasons that I hate summer. One of the reasons because I hate summer is because there are mosquitoes flying everywhere, and I'm an apparent magnet for them. Because when me and my wife, when we go to bed, when we lay down and go to sleep, it's like not a single freaking mosquito lands on her. It's like every freaking mosquito in the room or in the neighborhood decides to drop by and give me a pinch. And I hate the pinches. I hate the bites. But I guess the thing I hate the most with the mosquitoes is they're producing this high pitched ultra frequency buzz that I know is the living hell out of me. So yeah, mosquitoes are, I don't know. They're just. Uh, I'm looking for a word for a good phrase. They serve no purpose. I don't see the purpose of a mosquito. I hate these guys. I rarely hate anything, but I hate mosquitoes. So there, I said it. Mosquitoes. Brrrk. And then sometimes I would, go crazy in the middle of the night, like 3 or 4 in the morning or whatever. And I would turn on the light and start chasing mosquitoes all over the room. And because they're so tiny, they're producing these high pitched buzz flying noises. It would be really hard for me to locate them and eliminate the threat, the pest. And then I would wake up my wife, and she would like start to, what the heck are you doing? And it's all interconnected as well, if you think about it, because mosquitoes bit dinosaurs, then they fell into amber, and then paleontologists discovered this amber. Scientists poked the amber, extracted, preserved DNA and blood cells and whatnot, and we ended up with Jurassic World. Life is full of shit, I'll tell you that. Let me turn off shadows real quick. Oh. Cloak. Hello. Oh my god, this is sacrilege. This looks like somebody's. I mean, this is really bad. This looks like somebody's mouth, for God's sake. This is chin. Can you see it? Can you see it, guys? Am I the only one? Am I the only one that sees the chin here? Okay, so this is the chin. Okay, let's push it. Let's push it. This is the nose. Can you see the nose? Come on, don't tell me you don't see the nose. Come on, guys. Okay, so this starts to take shape of one of my favorite comic book heroes. I'm digressing a little bit with that. I'm curious, but it's okay. It's all art. It's the Hulk, baby. That's right. Okay, so honestly, it actually looks a little bit like Thanos as well. Don't you agree, guys? Oh God, I missed that Q&A. Oh shit. I'll have it on next time, I promise. Look, it's a Thanos Hulk something something. And I never, for the life of me, thought that I'll be doing this. That I'll ever makes. I mean, this is something unique. This, oh god, I bet nobody done anything like this. Jeez. He could actually also pass as a Spider-Man anti-hero, like the villain, the rhinoceros, rhinoceros, I think. Yeah. Anyway, let's remove the evidence. Please, nobody tell anybody a word about this. Oh my god, it's still there. I gotta get rid of it. Go away, you Satan. Okay, what I did is wrong because every time I see a butt of a dinosaur, I'm gonna see this face. So that's really that's messed up. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry you had to go through this. It's still there, for crying out loud. Okay. I can still see it, sort of. Nope, it's great in my mind, so it's never going away. All right, okay. This is better, I think. I'll keep it subtle this time, I promise. There. It's actually probably in a bad position as well. Hold on. Yeah, definitely. All right, so I guess this is a lot better. Maybe, don't know. Oops, too much. Come on. Nope. Should make it a little bit more round. Dinosaur tails, especially at the base, were very powerful and muscly and thick. Yeah. Okay. And this is the part where I need to save this model and wish you all guys a good night. And I hope I'll see you on the next stream. Hopefully I won't. I mean, I learned it actually during this stream that in order to have interaction with anyone, I should have turned on Q&A before I started broadcast. So this is something I'm going to take care of for the next stream, and hopefully it's going to be. If you have any questions or anything, I'd be happy to answer them related to ZBrush, and whatever else, to spark a discussion, to whatever. So, yeah, with that being said, I'm sort of starving. I need to go to eat something. I haven't ate since I started almost 6 hours ago, I think. So, yeah. That's it. This is the end. Looking forward to start another one in a daytime. I'll put up announcement and link on our Facebook page and Google Plus and wherever I can reach you. And yeah, stay safe and bye-bye.